Hi everyone, good morning. Wait for a few more people here and then how's everyone doing today? Kind of a slower grind on ES. Honestly, it's exactly what I expected though because of these types of opening ranges. I feel like there's still giving us those slight reductions. Like this morning they opened us up at 6,500, which is not bad. It's at least above this zone here above 64.99, but closer to 6503.75, 6503, 6504 would have been a little bit better. So we still have some slight reductions. They're not terrible reductions, but these areas here were definitely a little bit better. And they've been doing this all week. Even yesterday when they closed the session, you know how we ideally wanted closing ranges at least above 8889. They've kind of just been keeping us a little bit lower than we've wanted. So 85 versus let's say 8850. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's kind of been the theme for the entire week. And even when we started off the week, it's kind of been the exact same thing. Like we started the week off 9.3, which isn't bad, but then they ended up stalling 9.7 by a few points. So we've basically just had reductions of like 3.5 to 3.75 points all week. And that's what's been causing a lot of the back and forth that we've been talking about. And I mentioned that this morning, yesterday, this is what's causing this back and forth price action. And it's because of these neutral ranges, kind of like, and it brings like slight volatility, but it's more of like the opening range is enough to get us upside higher, like 65.20s, let's say, but it's also enough that can still keep us back and forth and a lot of slight volatility. So they're just not opening, they're opening high, but not high enough. Okay. They're going lower, but not low enough. Does that make sense? Usually when you get those sideways ranges, it's just not, it's like right in between. So we'll start getting more progressive price action once we do what? What do you guys think? And maybe once you see it on the chart here, it'll be a little bit easier. What do you guys think? Once we start getting what? Yeah, not really a break of 8-9, but like once they start getting some clearing ranges. So, okay, just look at this for instance. Maybe this will help you. Even overnight, right? Like we never tested our 65. Remember how I said yesterday there's a pretty high odd that we can make lower highs on the session? And it was due to the opening range and like that reduction. I don't know if you guys remember yesterday. Yesterday's session, I don't know if you guys remember this. I think it was off. What was yesterday's? Let me go back. What was yesterday's real-time range? 7.2, right? Oh, okay. Remember I said yesterday too that they could end up stalling, making like lower highs, slightly lower. And then especially off of like the opening range, which I think was 7.4, right? Yesterday's open was 7.4. Okay, remember how I said that they could easily stall closer to like 08? Do you remember this? 0850 based on where they opened. So it's like, and they actually ended up doing that. They ended up making some lower highs here beneath the all-time high, okay? Do you see this? And there was no break till like late last night. So, and they ended up taking it down overnight back to the 6668 area, which isn't bad. It's just these areas obviously imply some volatility, but this was mostly due to NVIDIA earnings, so it's okay. But what do you guys notice here? And it's pretty obvious. Like, notice structure off the ideal spots usually tends to give you some breaks higher. So, okay, pay close attention here. I'll zoom in. What do you guys notice right now? Same thing with this area here. Once it kind of clears here, you'll get that better price action. What do you guys notice right here? And I think it's pretty obvious, but we'll see if you guys notice it. Because these would be more ideal spots. These areas here. These areas down here. These areas here. Okay, versus these ranges here. What do you guys notice here? So it's not about breaking 8-9. It's more about getting better structural breaks above 8-9. Does that make sense? Like this. Do you see this? Is this giving us better odds this time of getting a better structural break above 04? In comparison to this? Like this right here, these are not really good structure breaks. Do you see this? Like this is a lot better this time. So our odds of actually trying to come back and clear increases. Okay, we never really had the best odd to clear right here based on this structural breakdown here, okay? But what's one thing about this right here that's still good? Because they could technically take this down and they could have gone like this, okay? Right? And they could have failed this area and taken out the lows, okay? Why did they protect this? Why did they protect this 8-9, 8-8 area here? Based on what? And sometimes they have to do that. That's why there's that back and forth, right? Based on what? Why did they end up holding down here? Well, because they were successful in testing 6503, 75, 6504 and actually closing above. Do you get what I'm saying? If they never had this break above these areas here and actually had some good structural closing sticks, the only thing I noticed is they never quite closed above 6503, 75. They did open there, but you see how they stalled? You have to get an opening stick above that range, okay, in order to actually clear this spot here. But had they not met this price point at all, let's say they stalled 6503.50, 6503.02, we would have definitely taken out this range low right here. Does that make sense? We wouldn't have had this good structural break right here. You need better structure to increase your odds. I had some flips at 12.10, guys, 12.12. Those were the earliest odds of coming back to clear 65.04. Would this then give us odds of finally taking out and retesting 65.08, 75? And the reason why they did this early, okay, is so that within like the first 5 minutes is so that they have time to take it down, recycle ranges, bring it back until you get a proper structural reset. And obviously doing that by the mid-session, so around noon, 12:30, 1 o'clock, makes sense. Everyone on the same page? Sometimes when you can see the offsets and reductions, what I was trying to get at, this is why we've had this kind of price action all week. And a lot of this back and forth, back and forth. Structure doesn't get progressive, or price action doesn't get progressive until structure is. So that being said, what's our big goal for the week? What are we looking to achieve? By the way, this would also be a 12, 13 point break off open. And I also noticed that if they break this up 22 points, that the reason why this open is still good but not good enough for proper price action. Does that make sense? It's more about price action. It's not that it's not a good open. It's the price action that opening range entails is annoying, right? But this could still get us to our 65.22, right? Off low of day, if we hit a 44 point range, we could still get 65.24.75. Do you see what I'm saying? these areas could still give us some good alignment, right? But the reason why they had some issues this morning too is because, well, they went low, but maybe not low enough. Like a hold off 7-8 might have had better constructive price action. Does that make sense? Like if they actually took this a little bit lower, this would have likely been a bit better if they had a stronger structural hold off 7-8. They instead, like holding off like the 17-point range, I figured might be the better case scenario. So kind of like off the 8-3. Okay, that's where I tried my first long. So that second higher low off 8-3 is kind of what protected us from getting that. Because I know people here this morning were scared. So I took my long right here. Okay. And while it looked scary, I said it has to immediately negate. Do you see how quickly they negated this right here? This morning? On those first 3 minutes off 8-3. Look. Do you see this? Right here. It's because market knows that it's a pretty crucial spot to try and hold. Okay, so, and this should be right in alignment with this 9.7, 9.8 mark. So off low range, we're pretty much hitting a 22-point interval right here. Okay, 65.0275. What area, based on this logic, would be a little bit better to clear? And it should align. Like there has to be alignment here. Which area would be a little bit better for clearance breaks? Yeah, I would say off of 8.3. Okay, so a little bit higher than 0.4. Probably closer to like 0.5. Does that make sense? So once we do come back and try taking out this structure break, this is the area that you want to try taking out. Does that make sense to you guys? I don't really know how else to explain this. This is the best way I can explain this. You want it off the ideal structures, okay? This is ideal. This wasn't. Does that make sense? So your range also has to be met when you do break the upside. Like testing 0.4, 0.375 is good. It's not good enough to get continuation. Do you get what I'm saying? For them to take it back to 0.8, hitting 0.4 is not good enough. You need a little bit higher. And that makes sense because that would be the structure break. That's also the calculated range that it would have to break in order to get that kind of range break here. So yeah, like close to like 0.5, 0.525. What is the 0.525, 0.5 area anyway? That's the neutral zone, right? Like usually with my zone theory, that's where the zone enters. So, and that's the zone that you'd be in for this range here, 65.05 to 65.1213, right? And all of that would be the full 32, 33 point range here is right back to that 16 area we talked about yesterday. The full 44 point range from here is probably close to like 2.7, 2.8 off the actual lows. Like we said, closer to 2.4. Okay. So this is the 22 point break right here. This is where you'd want volume and some good structure. On a 33 point range, that's when we could have some. Do you see how there's a lot of confluence around our 65.05 and 65.1214 area? What is this area here based on my theory? What is this area anyway? This is our neutral zone. So it's also in alignment with 22 point intervals off 8.3 and lows and 34 point ranges off low day. Okay, whereas off the ideal areas, it gives us an odd of getting a bull neutral break. Does that make sense? Like above 15, 16, 17, right? Those are the kind of spots that we want to try triggering because that's going to give us higher odds of getting what? We'll have higher odds of getting what, you think? The 20s, right? Do we have odds of getting the 20s today? This was the window this afternoon for some of these breaks between 12:12, 12:16. There are some extensions at 12:21, but I don't think we want to wait too long to get better structure breaks here, especially off that 05 spot. So which area do we want to clear once we break? Right here. We have to do it in a single stick. You cannot test this and not take out 05. Do you see that? Can someone document this stick, please? 65.05, 50 being taken out here. 65.05, 75. The condition was that you had to take out 65.03, 75, 65.04, 25 in a single stick to 65.05, 50 minimum. That's the exact kind of PA that we want to see off these ranges here. And specific timing between 12:12, 12:16. Did this help you guys understand this structure break? Like, I already knew that this was going to happen when it was coming up right here, but I just want you guys to see. These are the perfect structures and price points to hit at this point in time. Because this is going to help keep odds in play. Because now they're actually moving off 8.3, 8.9. Do you get what I'm saying? Where do they end up hitting here? They ended up hitting off the closing stick, I think. Let's see. Yeah, they did. Do you see that? Look, right off that 8.325 low. Isn't that insane? Look at these ranges. I don't know, it's kind of hard to see, I know, but do you see that? These are the ideal sticks. This 10.04, 10.05, that's the 22-point range off open. Look at where they stalled. And they closed just high enough, okay? Because we wanted to close ideally above 05.25, 05.50. Do you see this? It's more aligned with the actual price points on these sticks here, which would be right around here. Are you guys paying attention? Pay attention to this spot here in this range here. Okay, so do you think that condition was met at this point in time? What do you guys think? That's the main reason I said I didn't really want to wait till that 12.18, 12.21 window, because there were some odds for volatility to occur. Yeah, I'd say that condition was met. They didn't clear yet, though. So we still need to get some closing breaks above this range here. They did close at 65.0525. 65.0550 would have been a little bit better, but that's still okay. Like, right off this range. What would the next step be here? So we do have a flip at 18. It is 18, right? And 21, so kind of some midpoints here. Why would we rather break during this interval here than this interval here? Because if we can meet this condition first, it gives us better odds of doing what? What does this give us better odds of us doing? Also, really good job, guys, on the long off 8.3, 8.4. I know it was a slow grind, but you guys can take some off here if you wanted to, depending on your positioning. I wanted to kind of wait to see what they do by like the mid-session, closer to like 12:30, 12:36, 12:38. At least to see if they'll come back and try tagging that 65.08. So 65.0875 was all-time highs, and they stalled this by 0.25. I'm not surprised though, because yesterday's ranges and the closing points imply that they could make a lower high. Also, you guys got that question wrong. What's the big goal for the week? It's actually not 65.22. What's the minimum condition that we have to do this week, ideally? And this is why they keep, yeah, 65.10. They keep stalling this 10-12 spot because they know that that's technically all that's required to break to get some bigger range. Does that make sense? That's why they keep hovering around 05, 06, 08, because it's not very far off. Which days did we have the better odds of doing that if they delayed from the 25th, 26th? Which days did we have a better odd of doing that? Off the report. 29th, we have odds to expand. What's the day ahead of the flip? So we're already delayed. Okay, so ideally you wanted to hit 65.10 on the 26th. So not that the 29th isn't good, it's just it would be a little bit more ideal if they tried doing that today so that we at least have odds of trying to get the 65.20s. Do you get what I'm saying for the 29th? If they don't want to give us that kind of range today. We had slight odds yesterday, but they couldn't take it quite high enough. So usually with a delay, you don't want to wait too long. So if they're able to meet these conditions by mid-session, which is usually between like 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, do you think we could have maybe some odds today of getting the 65.22 or 65.20s today? There's a slight probability based on where they opened. My only concern based on like the low range is maybe they stall closer to like 4. There's going to be a lot of overhead in the neutral zone, okay? The neutral zone is between like this 05 to 14 areas. So could you nest the neutral zones for a while sometimes, especially if we've never tested it before? Like these would technically be new all-time highs, right? Yes, you could. So if we have enough time and they don't struggle too much in this area here, then there's a probability. It's kind of going to be relative to time and PA around those price points. Otherwise, this could be the range. And partially why is because, let's say off opening range, let's say this is the 22-point range or 17-point range. Do you see what I'm saying? That's closer to 17. Let's say off of here, they go to like 22. Okay, there is some odds there, but because of that 3.75 reduction, if that ends up coming into play off highs like it did off lows, does that make sense? Like kind of like how you had this reduction in range, let's say like down here, okay? If we had something similar happen off this range here, is there a chance they could stall the bull neutral zone today? So bull neutral range would be like the 16, 17, 18 area, like beneath 20, just beneath 20. What do you guys think? I think this is a very, very high probability if they actually take out neutral ranges today, but don't give us the 20s. And that could be because they've got odds for the 29. So they might just save that for the 29th. Yeah, definitely could tag before tomorrow's open. They still have a chance they could do it today. I just don't really have super, super high probabilities because of the fact that we've never tested the neutral spots yet. And they would be new highs. Timing aspect is kind of like my own thing, but sometimes if you watch the stream, I'll share a bit. That's like my own edge in trading though. It's based on a lot of things. Structure, flip dates, pass price. Highs, lows, open, close. There's a lot of things that contribute to timing. Like, for instance, okay, I already know that this area here is calculated before we ever even hit these spots. Does that make sense? If they triggered these spots in the first 5 minutes, just glancing at this, that immediately tells me that the first hour will probably have some volatility. Okay, you can kind of see the turnaround at 10. But this also implies that this could be durational till close and probably for the last 5-10 minutes. Does that make sense? So I would just by looking at this, I could already anticipate that there would be volatility in the first and last few minutes of the session, just based on that. Structure breaks, a lot of it too is also understanding price. You have to, like, I have a really good understanding of price, right? And the way that I interpret things is hard to kind of replicate because it changes on a day-to-day basis. Does that make sense? Every single day is different. You have to like do the math every single day. So it's not like a standard formula that you just use and I don't know. So that's what makes it a little bit challenging to like try to explain. But I definitely use odd time frames too, though. So you could definitely use some odd time frames in different intervals. I feel like that's always helpful too. I don't use standard time frames. And sometimes a lot of it too is based on overnight action, especially if you're trading a security or like an instrument that trades overnight. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to like to be using something that's more standard. I just covered some here, guys. That's my first cover. I kind of wanted to wait closer till 12:30, but that's okay. You see how we have some odds this time, though, of clearing? So this was the earliest window. This is also just a base theory euro. This is mid-session. So mid-session is usually around like 12:42, 12:30, 12:36, 12:45. Mid-session can reset the opening session. Okay? So, and this can help us interpret the kind of range we'll have for the remainder of the session. We had a decent open. It wasn't the best open, though. Look at that stick break. That's exactly what we want to see, guys, at 12:28, 12:29. 65.10 finally tested. That's the kind of price action I'd expect on the better structure breaks here too. Super, super clean PA. See if they can close over that 65.10, 65.10.75 mark. We had a lot of confluence around the 13.75. I'm pretty sure this was the 32, 33 point range off lows. Yeah, it is. Do you see it? Okay. These are definitely the overheads up here off low of day. That's why I was saying I think they have decent odds of taking out the neutral zone, but if we're gonna get 20s today, it's all gonna be relative to how they act between 05 and 14, correct? Especially during these frames here. So the fact that they're even testing ahead of 12:30 is really good. They closed just beneath 65.10 though. We'll see here. Hopefully that helped you guys hold. a little bit. I covered some a tiny bit early, not much, just 2 contracts, just in case they stalled. Yeah, I think NQ, this is that, oh wow, yeah, this is that exact spot. Do you see this? That's that zone that we've been struggling with. So same thing, top of the neutral zone, top of the neutral zone. Do you see that? So you guys, I'm still back testing the NQ logic on this with my ranges, but it seems pretty accurate. I might be a little bit off. Hi, Dunks. So with NQ, if they end up going to like the bull ranges, it would be closer to like the 23, 893, 851, kind of this area here, I would think. Did you guys take some off in this area here? So off the actual 8-3 holds, this is why we have decent odds of getting potentially better breaks, like if they offset this afternoon, like closer to 18, 17. I don't know why I made an oat latte this morning. I haven't had oat in so long. And then I kind of regret it. I was like, damn, why would I do that? I should have just had a regular coffee. Gave like such a weird aftertaste. I hope we get 65.22, 65.24 today. I really do. Because then it's going to give us odds of doing what for the 29th? What do we have odds of doing for the 29th if we actually hit these ranges today? We've already met our weekly condition, guys. 65, 10, 75 was a huge condition for the week. Otherwise, that was going to imply some pretty bad volatility for month end. Weekly condition met. Yeah, that's when we can expand. So let's see how much range we've had on the week total. Okay, now that I've covered some, I can, let's see. So they took this down to the bottom of the range, which we already knew, okay, that this was like the 66-point hold, okay? Meaning you can get 66-point break from open close. That would be like our 65.20s. I don't know if you guys can see this, like this area here. What's the kind of range that we can anticipate on the week from a high to low ratio? Right now we've hit 82 points so far. What kind of range could we look for potentially for max ranges for the week? This is why we have to be very, very, very cautious in the zone here. Because if we didn't have as high of odds as we did last week, and I did mention that in the report. Like last week, we had very high odds of 132-point ranges, and that played out super nicely, especially for our August 22nd flip. What about this week? From an open to close ratio this week, and a high to low ratio this week, are we ranging closer to like 44, 45, 88 points? Did you see it? We had about 46 points yesterday from highs to lows. So far we're hitting around 82, 83 points from weekly highs to lows. Weekly lows to an 88-point break is closer to like 6518, 6519. From today's high to low, we've hit 42 points. Okay. What do you guys interpret here? This is why I'm saying we have to be kind of cautious now, especially in the neutral to bull neutral ranges. Like that would be like, if you're new here, 65.20, 12, 13, 16, 15, 18, that basically beneath 20, but above '05. What could this tell us? Dunks, I don't know. You always get here so late. So then it's like, I don't really know what to say. We took the long this morning off 8-3, and we just covered here. I left half in case we break up this afternoon, but what is this interpreting for us based on so far overall range and the fact that it's Thursday? So do you guys think it was a valid assumption this week that we're probably ranging between 33.66 and 44.88 versus getting like full 132 point ranges? Were you working this morning? Like, even look at this. This is like a 33, 34 point range, 32, 33 point range. Do you see this? So the theme for this week is definitely a little bit different, and I did mention that in the report. Why do you guys think that is? I'm going to make some coffee, and you guys better have some answers. Why do you think they're ranging closer to like 30, 34, 44, 66, 88 this week versus those bigger ranges of like 55, 132, right? Why do you think that is? Let me know what you guys think. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. It's also something very, very obvious that I talked about yesterday. And it's relative to my 100-point theory. Hint, hint. That's the best you guys got. Thanks for trying, Dunks. You're the only person that tried. Is anticipating range on the week something that could be beneficial for you in trading? Yes, of course it is, right? Like everyone wants to anticipate range. Why could we maybe anticipate a 44, 34 point type of range week? Why? Based on what logic? Where did we open this week? But based on the 100-point theory, what is that? Where did we open? I don't want a number. I can read. I know where we opened. Where did we open on the 100-point theory this week? I'm trying to give you guys an idea on how to anticipate range. This whole theory is based on range. Okay. Where did we open this week? Yeah, well, in general, we opened in the zone, correct? Everyone agrees with that? We opened in the zone this week. In the bear zone to be specific, but in the zone. How many points make up the zone, typically? Yeah, close to 43, 44 points, okay? So just with that tiny detail alone, could we maybe anticipate like the 43, 44 point ranges? Yeah, and like maybe some slight odds of like getting some breaks since we're like 3, 4, 5 points above 878 at 9.3. Okay. Where did we open the week last week? Where did we open the week last week? And this should help you going forward in terms of just anticipating potential range, because I feel like sometimes you guys struggle with that a lot. Okay. Where did we open last week? And I'm gonna just break this down this time because I feel like when it's not broken down, people struggle sometimes. Where did we open last week? Nope. So we opened at 6467. I don't consider that the means. That's more aligned with like lower core areas, like above 6.6, near 6.8. Okay. They are, but above 6.6 gives you better odds. Okay, so 6.6, 6.8, usually that's where core areas tend to start. They can make price action a little bit tricky because it could go back and forth. Hence this downside reversal here and then the retracement back up. Okay, but what kind of ranges could that potentially give us? What kind of range do you get from like core ranges? No. Core areas. Core would be your core. Think of an apple, the center. If it's a 100-point theory, what's your center? What's your half point? It's a very obvious like logic. It's not exactly that, but it's close. What kind of ranges do you normally get with core ranges? Are they wider ranges when you have core ranges? Yeah, you can get around 52, 55-ish points, right? Does that mean that opening in a core range, you could maybe anticipate some range on the week? Like a minimum, you're not entirely wrong, Brenda, like a minimum of 44 points. Does that make sense? From 6-7 to your 22-21. Do you see this? Like where you opened last week, you already had an odd of a minimum of 44 points. That's at a minimum. Does that make sense? Because your core ranges usually start around the 20s and then mid 60s to 70s, 80s, like this range in here. So are you already at an advantage here? Do you see it? That's the minimum range. This is the max range. Do you understand the difference? Right? So if we had a minimum of this kind of range, like that's why you can get like some crazy expansion type scenarios, which we did have last week. That's how we hit like 132 point ratio here. Do you see that? Like, look. Right? Or if you look at it from like an open to close metric. Right? Because you're working with like 25, 28 points, 52, 55-ish points. 52-ish points, 55-ish points times 2 is what? Do you see what I'm saying? 103, 104, 102, 107. This kind of range. And that usually happens when you get like core to core types of days. Right? Because let's say you had, let's just go with 50, I don't know, 52 or something, because that's usually a core range. 52 points in a core range for last week. Let's just go with this. Do you see what I'm saying? That's a core to core week. That's more to help you like anticipate range. Okay, so based on where they open this week in the zone, could you be limited in the zone? Because it's also supposed to help you gauge price action. Okay, so 6, 6, 6, 7 open last week. That can get us range, but it can also get us volatility, hence the downside, right? 64.93. That doesn't really get us range based on where it opened in the zone, right? But it could definitely imply some back and forth price action because it's at least in the zone above 8.8, but it's still beneath 9.9. Okay, so are you always limited in range if you open in the zone? What do you guys think? Are you always going to be limited in terms of range if you open in the zone? No. Okay, does it depend where in the zone you open? Yeah, right? Because if you open in this area here, that's a core area. Yes, it does, Grenda. What do you mean? We just talked about it. The 20s are core ranges. These are core ranges. The 20s are aligned with your 50s that are aligned with your 70s. Okay? I think we need to go back to calling the means the major points, because in the past I used to reference the means as major because, or mid-core. I used to call them mid-core, like around 5.8, but then I stopped doing that because people were getting a little confused. This was the channel right here. Channel is just a nesting spot. That's like your, just like your surface space, really. Okay, this is your means. Okay, in the past I used to reference this as like a mid-core. Okay, where like this area here, 5.7, 5.8, this is mid-core. Why is that mid-core? And this is, I want to explain this because I feel like people get so confused sometimes. And I just want to make sure that everyone's on the right page because I feel like some people aren't. Okay, so these are your core ranges. Okay, why would this be a mid-core? This is your first core range, let's say off 20, right? Why would this be a mid-core range? Like especially off these areas here. Like close to 5.2, 5.5, 5.8. Once you trigger closer to like, let's say here, like 5.5. Do you see what I'm saying? Like sometimes you can have full range, core to core. You can get close to like 64, 66-ish points. Do you guys see it now? Like between here and then like before the zone entry. Zone entry is close to like 8.7, 8.8. Do you see this? Why would this be like a mid-core range? These are like your 32, 34 point ratios. Do you get it? It kind of depends where in the core area you are. Because like I usually like to start with like 25 to 28 points, 52 to 55 points, but these ranges can net you those 34, 66 point intervals. Does that make sense? So sometimes if you open in the bull zone area, that's usually where you can get like core to core moves. Core to core moves usually can give you odds of getting like full breaks. These are the odds here just before 1 o'clock. They kind of stalled on this previous interval here because we had the earliest odds around 12:30. They had that reduction stick. You can kind of see they reduced us by 5 points. I just want to see if these align with the 65, 15, 16 areas, and they do. Because that essentially should be pretty close to where I was thinking they might stall this afternoon. This should also be in line with, like I was saying earlier, the 34 points off open. Do you see that? So they did have odds at 12:30 based on this metric here. Do you see this, guys? Based on this reduction stick here, they definitely had some odds of hitting that 34 point range off lows, which is close to 65, 14, 50, 65, 15 area. But they reduced the range. So some slight range reductions here, but this is still implying a 65, 14, 50, 65, 15 break. We'll see if they can try triggering these spots here at 1. That would give us a 34-point move off lows. The ideal range is off the 8.3 area, which is closer to like 17. Do you guys see though that this was a reduction period here? Overall range reduction, probably close to like 8 points. Should align with that 17. Do you see that? That's off the ideal 8.3. That's off this. Do you see that? So 1725, 1750 is going to be a pretty big overhead based on the actual reduction that occurred, total range that occurred during this period here, since it was a calculated period. And from the high range, that links us to 65.21. Which I'm pretty sure, this is actually very interesting. Just listen really closely, because this is close to that 22-point ratio from open. Remember how we said we could hit like a 22-point ratio off open today? There's heavy overhead around this spot right here. Okay. But based on where they actually hit today's lows, remember how I said they're kind of ranging between 17 and 22? I said this yesterday and the day before. This is a really good example of that. Okay. Which means they usually cross back between 34 and 44. So you usually get around 38, 39 points. This is a perfect example of the kind of session we could get today. Even just based on where they opened. Okay. The range that we hit on lows was 19.25. Okay. Versus 17 or 22. This is another way you can look at that. The range that they broke up right here off this was the 3.75 offset. Do you see this? That's where we ideally would have preferred to have opened this morning. So they did it on that stick break. It's the same thing as thinking of this as being the 22-point interval here when they broke. I'm going to try my best to explain this in a way that like makes sense. Okay. Which is implying, especially if they get stuck around these areas here, there's heavy overhead around here. So I think I'm right, and I think that we could be limited to the bull neutral ranges today, especially if they struggle in the neutral zone, which so far are they struggling in this neutral zone here, guys? Look at that second range reduction stick here at 12.55. I just want to mark these just so we have them, because I just want to see something. Because that's the top of the neutral zone. This is the entry of the neutral zone. This is the 32, 33-point stall off lows. This would be like the 38, 39-point interval if we're basing this off the range lows. What, Dunks? We can range to 65.10? What do you mean? I was saying earlier, like, I would definitely cover some in this area here just because they could struggle in this neutral zone this afternoon, especially if they want to limit range today. Like, our odds of getting 65.20s are already kind of low. And a lot of it's based on what they do at 12:30. What do they do at 12:30? What are they doing here just before 1? want to mark that 7-3 spot here. What are they doing here, guys, just before 1? Pay very close attention. Does this look like they're struggling a little bit in the neutral zone like I thought they would? This is the neutral zone, this area here. There was a lot of overhead around the 1375 because these are the 32, 33 point ranges. Have we technically hit enough to be considered a max range for the session today, based on my point theory? What do you guys think? NQ stalled exactly at the top of the neutral zone here, which is super cool. I'm still back testing the NQ template, so it's not 100% accurate. Yeah, well, this was a very important period for the neutral zone during this time, especially between like 12:12, 12:15 on these breaks, 12:16. Okay, 12:30. 12:36, you can kind of see stalled 65.08. That was also not good. I would have preferred at least 65.08.75. And then just before 1 o'clock here. So 12:59 closed at 65.0425. And it hit a low of 65.0375. Is that good or bad? What do you guys think? They also are holding a 22-point ratio here off lows. What do you guys think? I think that this close is not, it's not terrible. Because it's at least like the minimum conditions. Do you know what I'm saying? Like of 0375, 0425. Above 0550 would have obviously been better, right? Because is this now starting to break our ideal structures that we discussed earlier off 8.3, off 8.889? It is, but not fully. So, and the reason it's not doing it fully is because it's still above a 22-point ratio, and it's still above 65.0375 on this closing stick here. Does that imply that there could be some volatility over this next hour, you think? This is... The cool thing too, guys, is our low of day today on a 17-point basis is aligned with our 64.9750. What was the big wall that we had to break this week? And we did it yesterday in real time. And we got that really clean break finally. And we timed it perfectly when it finally broke 9.7 back in here at 212, 210. And we got those single stick breaks right here. 9.7, right? 9.7 was huge. 9.7 also happens to be the 17-point range, you guys, today from today's lows. So I'd say that this area here is probably the buffer point between 9.750 and 0.250. That's the 17-22 point ratios here. This is like the ideal area that you'd want to hold this afternoon. You could definitely buy calls off 0275. I would just set a stop. Just because now when you're trading in a neutral zone, what kind of action do you get sometimes in a neutral zone? So this is the neutral zone. This should be yellow. What? There we go. Yeah, chop. Okay, so, and you can notice that the structures are getting a lot better around the zone. So like back in here, this is a better zone structure. This is a better zone structure. This is the first zone that they failed. Which makes sense because that's also a 34 to 33 point ratio off lows. Okay? Does this help you guys a little bit in terms of trying to understand this concept? So I'm not surprised that they're stalling a 32 point range. That's pretty standard. And it's crazy because today's low of days exactly 33 points would be exactly at the top of the neutral zone, around that 1375, 1450 area, which usually is relative to whether or not you're measuring off 8.7 or 8.8, but like same idea. So does the neutral area have a lot of overhead today based on this? Yes, it does. Did I say that we could go back and forth between the neutral range this afternoon if they want to limit range? Yes, they could, right? Did today's open really help us in terms of that? No, it didn't, right? So because usually your neutral spots start around 9.9, 9.8. So at least we opened above there, which means this is probably the range this afternoon. Like this area here. Off a measured metric, it's closer to like 9,750.01. What? Overhead as meaning can go up? Like, dunks. You're missing the point. We already met range. We don't have to do anything this afternoon. You're trading in a neutral zone. Those are not the best areas to trade. Overhead is resistance. But this next hour could be the period of probably digestion in these neutral ranges, which is honestly fine if they want to pin the close. If they end up making this a pinnable close in the zone, which is very, 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 very likely today, which zone do we want to pin in today? The reason why I'm saying don't have super, super, super high hopes this afternoon is because our opening ranges this week have not been great. The real-time open today wasn't the best. Yesterday's close wasn't the best. They're off by 3.75 points. Okay, does that mean that they could stall the upside overhead by the same thing? What do you guys think? They hit 42 points here. Could they technically stall the 15, 16, 17? Could they stall these areas, you think, by the same range in points? A 17-point ratio would be close to 17. Yeah, they can. So, and if they end up making it a pinnable afternoon, which I know would be the worst case scenario, but let's just say they did. Let's say they made it a pinnable afternoon. Okay. Because this was a little bit more ideal around this area here, let's say. Could they reduce range like this? Like if we have odds of like 17, which is 17 points from open. Okay, let's just say this area here. If we have odds of these being max ranges, 15, 16, 17, could they reduce range off highs, just like they did off open this morning, by 3.75 to 5 points? Yeah, they could, and that would be close to like 65.12, 65.11, 65.13. This is if they really wanted to reduce range this afternoon, okay? Not saying that they're they're going to. I'm just saying that these could be some of the probabilities if they decided that they wanted to keep this sideways. This is a very important period too, because this essentially, like this would be like the 5.75 range off 65.0575. Okay? Do you see it? So those could be the potential reductions if they don't want to give us full range. And by full range, I'm talking about the 38, 38 and a half, 34 point ranges that we talked about earlier today. Okay, because if they broke us down off open by 19.25 points or 19 and a half points, it means that they're probably ranging right in between 34 and 44. Okay, 19.5 times 2. Would give you like your 39-point ratio, which probably close to where these max ranges are, close to like 19, 18, 20. So if they're going to reduce range, this would be the exact spot that they would do it at, close to here where they stalled. Okay, and this period during mid-session, so far every single sign has shown that they want to stall and reduce. 12:30 showed that, just before 1 showed that. Even like the 12:59, 65.0425. 1 o'clock was 65.0250. So because of the close that we had, I guess what I should ask you guys is, what would be the most ideal area to close today? Try not to get this wrong. What would be the most ideal area to close today? And you should be able to decipher this just based on base theory. And then your odds should tell you whether or not you can do that. And you'll know that your odds are not that high based on what's the ideal areas to close at today. And I'm going to show you why we're probably not going to get that. What are the most ideal areas, guys, for us to close at today? And we already discussed this a bunch, but you can go back to the very beginning of the week. Yeah, above 65.0875, 65.10 would be good. That's obviously the best. Okay, was 9.3 the best area that we could have opened at this week? No, it was closer to like the minimum. Obviously closer to 9675, 97, 99 would have been better, okay? That was how we started the week off. Okay? We ended up closing at 64.87 on Tuesday. Was that the best area to close on Tuesday? Or did we want closer to 64.89, 64.90? Especially if they weren't going to give us that. Probably closer to there. Okay. Then we ended up closing at 64.85. Okay. That's not even in the zone. Would we have been better off closing at 88, 89? Yes, and those were also the 66-point ranges from the prior week's open and close. Okay? Do you see that? Which I have them noted on my actual chart, but do you see what I mean? So we've already been at a disadvantage to start the week every single day this week, right? They take us up, but then they stall the closing points. Okay, so they met our range on the upside. Okay, they opened us today at 65.05, 6,500 in real time. Okay, ideally we want it to open closer to 0375, 04, kind of like when they stalled back here 02. Back in here. Remember they stalled 0250 versus 0375, 04 that day? Hence they stalled back in here like we wanted 6510, 6511. Okay, so what could this tell you guys this afternoon? Based on so far what's happened between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. The period that matters most is between 12:30 and like 1:48, I would say. That's the most important period. Just before 12, or just after 12, just before 2. What is this implying for the close? And I really want you guys to understand this, because this is more important than making a trade, okay? Is trying to understand this. What could this imply this afternoon? If they don't decide to, let's say, break range. What is this implying? Yeah, it is, because it held off that 22-point ratio back here. But they still have some structures to break. Okay, what is this implying, you guys? Based on every single day this week, based on every single open and close, every single high and low, what are they implying here? Especially after stalling 65.13, which is a 32-point ratio from lows. What is this implying? What would be the best areas to close? Obviously 65.10, 11, 12, right? These would be some good areas to close. What would be second best? What would be a better close than today's real-time open? What do you guys think? What would be a better close in comparison to today's real-time open? This could really save you guys this afternoon, so try to pay attention. What would be a better close? Yeah, you probably could get some good moves on individual names today. You could probably look for Netflix to retest maybe that 1239 today too. Because look, it held off that 1214, 1216 pretty nicely too. That would be the range. No, you guys are completely missing the point. What's the second best if they don't pin around 08, 09, 10, 12? I just want to see something though, because I wonder if these could be some areas that they stall today. Maybe watch that. So, okay, we didn't have the best real-time open. What would be a better reset for today's real-time open? Okay, or the weekly open? Yeah, between 9.7 and 0375. That's the perfect answer. Okay, because technically they could also just reset the weekly open. Maybe they pin us closer to 9.7, 9.6 versus 9.3. Okay, that's one scenario. Another scenario would be that they maybe close us closer to 0375, 05. Okay, those are not bad areas, right? This scenario is like one that's like, this is high enough. This is higher, but not high enough. So it's above 04, 05, but beneath 08, 09, 10. That would be like the 07, 08, 06 pin. Does that make sense? Could this easily end up being a pinnable session this afternoon in this range? Especially based on the price action that they do between this period here. Yeah, exactly, Matt. Like this could easily end up being a very pinnable session this afternoon. Snack, you're doing super good with your answers. But that's kind of been the theme of the week, right? So we already technically hit enough range to be considered a max range if they don't decide to break some major structures this afternoon, or like break the neutral zone, which is also in alignment. Like top of the neutral zone today being the 34-point break is insane. Okay. But if they end up doing the same thing that they've been doing over and over and over again, then maybe they just give us those shitty pins, which is like slightly progressive than the previous day, but still not that great. Do you get what I'm saying? Could they also, if we really stall this afternoon, can we get a bigger reversal back down to 88, 91, 93, and then just get like a big doji on the session today? I'm just giving you guys all the scenarios because it's good to kind of think about the probabilities that could happen if they stall. And then they take it back to like 9192. Obviously, that could be a very high probability too. That's half the range. That's also the same thing as the 66-point range from the prior week's close and open back here, which looks progressive. I hope that doesn't play out, by the way. I'm just giving you guys a bear scenario because it's good to have one of each. That would only be the case if they really fail to sustain this box range that I talked about this afternoon, like around here. So do you see right now how you're kind of battling in between? Because if we have odds of getting to like 18, 19, 17, but then they also have odds of getting back to like 91, 89, 92. Do you see how they're kind of stuck like right in between right here? You should be like right in the midpoint. And to progress, you have to kind of get back over 08. Do you see this? That's like the correlation between 18, 19 and 96, 97. This is also the 17-point hold right here, off lows. Okay. That should be in alignment with your all-time highs, or like prior all-time highs, which is close to 6508.75. The alignment should be like right in line. This would be your 39-point ratio. You guys listen really closely, okay? Because this is really cool. You know how this was 19.5 points from opening range to lows? Right here. Isn't that insane? So if they actually did end up playing out the 19, 38, 39-point ratios, 17 points off lows is 9725, 9775. 50% ratio from there to the calculated range at 651975 is exactly that 6508.75, which is the previous high. So does timing really, really matter during this period here to see what kind of range we're going to get. We got a decent close at 1259. So, because they still held above 0375 before the flip. Even though 1 o'clock broke beneath, they are doing a decent job of keeping it above during the midpoints here. What do you guys think? Between 128, 130, 136 is a very, very important time of day because this is kind of the last bit here to see if they're going to give us the structural breaks. First condition is going to have to be that they break over the 6508.75. Give me your second condition because we actually didn't do this the first time. What's your second condition here? And I'll give you guys a hint. We didn't do it the first time. And I'm going to highlight it so you guys can see it. No. You guys, the problem that you guys have is you guys leap too far forward. Like, why are you focused on 65, 13, 14? We have a condition that wasn't even met ahead of that. Especially at those points in time. What was that first condition? Especially when we broke 65.10 the first time around. What did we fail to do? The actual level, I think, is 65.10.75. What did we fail to do? We did get a candle close above 10 snack, but not on the first attempt. Okay, do you see this? They stalled 10 here, and I mentioned it live. We needed at least 10.75 back here. Okay, they came back around and they met this price point here. Can this help keep our, can this close right here help us sustain right here? This is why we still have an odd here at 130. Okay, they didn't meet the condition here, kind of like back here. This is the exact same thing as down here. Remember how down here they never held 8.3, which was that 22-point range right here, but then right here they did, and that's why I said they have to immediately negate. This is the same thing, but in the inverse. So like this wasn't met down here, okay, but this was, the condition was met here. This is the same thing, okay? They didn't do it on the first attempt here, right? Like here, they didn't close above. They broke above, but didn't close above. That's a perfect example of a break above, failure to close above. They brought it back, held, closed above. They didn't break though, higher, okay? That causes volatility. So they closed above, but they didn't break higher, okay? If they bring it back down and it sustains, which it did, down here, could they now break above? Could they close above and break above? This is also the most ideal point in the day to do it, because this will help keep odds in play this afternoon of getting those extended ranges. So that's why I was saying you could definitely try a long dunks off 65.02, 03, right, 04. Like these are decent areas to try going long. Just remember that there's a cutoff period here. And this retest right here is essentially going to determine the kind of range we're going to have this afternoon in the price action. Especially during the period between 12:30 and just before 2. So do you see how this kind of helps you offset volatility? It's kind of like this. Like in the morning, they didn't open high enough, okay, but they broke high enough, right? This alone gave us the probability of holding the lows, okay? Kind of like yesterday too. It's like you have to meet upside condition first to sustain lows, and that usually is the case. Kind of like back here, right? They met 65.0375. We talked about this at the beginning of the session, so I don't want to repeat myself, but okay. That condition was met. That this was good, but that means the second time around we want to try getting a structure break above 22 off 8.3. That was that stick break. Do you see what I'm saying? This period here, you guys, right now is the exact same period as we discussed earlier. This and this, remember that 65.05, 50, 75 break right here? off the 8-9 hold, 8-8 hold. This would be the exact same type of PA, just a different price point. So what are your conditions? Give me the conditions quick. What do you think your conditions would be here? Yeah, you can roll. This is the earliest point in the day here, guys, to retest 65.1075 at 1:30. 65.1075 being retested here. I want to see if they can close over 65.10 minimum, ideally 65.1075. We don't necessarily have to take out the high of day on this stick, but at least get a better structural close. Do you see what I'm saying? This is the exact same thing as this back here. And this was our period earlier around 12:12, 12:15, 12:16. Do you see it? So if you fail to close above on this stick, is that bad? Do you see how they brought it back, guys, last 5 seconds here? Do you see that? Look. Do you think that's a coincidence? What do you guys think? That's insane, right? So, and it's funny too, I noticed what they did. What they did here is, okay, if you look and pay really close attention, okay, back in here, they failed to close above our area here by like 0.75, and like they stalled the high by 0.5. Do you see this? Okay, back in here, they did something similar, but they broke higher, but they still stalled by like 0.5 on the closing range. Do you see this? Isn't that interesting? So instead closing it closer to like 10.25. That's the 0.50 above that above this close. Do you see that? That's the reduction. So they just closed it 0.5 higher. So it's still not the best close. It's still 65.10, 65.1025. Obviously 75 would have been better, but based on how they've been trading this, it makes sense that they would close it 0.5 above, but 0.5 below. Does that make sense, guys? Like 0.5 above this, 0.5 beneath this. Why could this still be valid though? Did they at least break above? Give me 2 reasons why this is still valid. Give me 2 reasons, guys, why this is still potentially valid. Well, they closed above 0975, beneath 1075. Okay, it's within the metrics. They broke above though, so at least they broke over 1075. They didn't break the high though, or the structure break, but they broke above 1075. That can keep it in play. One more reason why this could still be valid. What's the secondary reason why? I also want to show you guys too, you know how we had the durations here between this period around like the 12, 15, 18 mark? It's also a similar window here. Do you guys see that? That's pretty cool. from like where they actually stalled from the actual 12:30 break. Look. Isn't that really, really cool? From the 12:16 flip stick, like look, these were calculated times back here. It was an interval of 60 minutes from this stick break right here. Okay, that's the 05 whatever, 04 fail. From this stick break here. Isn't that cool? So I know for sure that these are definitely calculated times. The 3-6 stick was the stick that failed. So how much pressure do you have right now on this 3-6 to 3-8 interval? What's one thing that we still have? What's one thing that's helping us here a little bit this afternoon? And they did something very, very, very similar right here. What's something that's helping us a little bit this afternoon? Time, guys, time. We still have time. 135.36, super, super important times of day here. The cutoff was around 136, 138. These would be more appropriate times to try retesting the highs. This is also the 62 to 60-minute interval from our previous calculated points around 12:30, 12:36. That's a much better structure break here at 135. I noticed back here too they had a bit of an extension period from that, which was fine because we knew that the flip was 12:30. Okay, and they broke range here at 12:28, 29. So you can either measure 72 minutes from here, guys, or you could just measure that extended period, which is between 14 to 16 minutes, I think. I don't know if you guys see this, but do you see how this should align with our 12:48, 12:49? I'm giving you guys some huge tips on timing, by the way. But you see that? So is this period here, remember I said that the most important period today is going to be between like 12:12 to 1:48 p.m.-ish, give or take, maybe close to like 1:49, 1:50. Do you see it? The price action showed that. I already knew that these were the times of day before any of this started, but it's showing in the PA. Look. And these intervals are just about the same. So if we look at the duration of time between the 03, 04 break and then when they broke back here, okay, and then this extension period that we had right here could be a very similar extension period that you could use between here, okay? Does that make sense? So maybe we might have a window just after 149, 148, but essentially the idea was before 2. If they keep us stuck in the neutral box before 2, what could that start telling us? Oh, also, it just means that they'd probably be kind of pinnable, but is a 65.11 25 close good or bad? This is a trick question, by the way. Is this a good close or a bad close? And they're doing something very strategic here, and they keep doing it. Okay. Is this a good close or a bad close? It's not really good or bad. It's kind of bad because it's not exact. Sometimes you need exact. No, we need exactly. Once you actually get better structure breaks, okay, like when they actually close above, open above. Does that make sense? Like, I would rather they have a proper close here, proper open here. Does that make sense? It's a calculated spot. We want to hit calculated ranges off these spots here. 1125, it's not that it's bad, but they're just like they decreased by 50, increased by 50, increased by 50, right? It's like they're doing the same thing, but that doesn't always necessarily relate to it being a good thing, right? Because it's not the exact metrics. that we're looking for. Sometimes that's what I call a cleared break, right? Clearing proper price. If that makes sense. Stalling so calls expire worthless. Well, I don't know about you, but I already made 100% of my calls and covered half of them earlier. This is still a pretty good trade. It's just knowing the entry points, the timing, the ranges. We already know that if the market wants to stall these ranges today, then that's fine. This is enough to be considered a max range for the session today. Anything above is technically a bonus, right? So if they do give us 65, 18, 19, 20, 21 today, then we're just lucky. Calls are sitting pretty good though. Like I had covered some at like $1, I think 40. They're still sitting at $1.44. So the premiums are actually holding up pretty nicely. And that was when I covered on these sticks right here. All right, so what are we looking for here, guys? I just did ES and SPY today. I didn't do any SPX. I didn't really think it was the best session for SPX. I took SPY down here and some ES down here off the 8-3 hold. Yeah, well, I traded same day expiration though, so. And I still have my calls for Friday from yesterday's session, so. Remember I sold half and I only left some because I didn't really like the close. Like I felt like it was a good enough close for us to get to 65.10 today, but not the best close for us to not get back and forth reversals, which can obviously impact the premiums on the calls. What? Well, I guess you're not in the Discord, but. There's a lot of flips on September 4th. So my thoughts were based on structure. We're closed on Monday, right? For Labor Day. So there's a lot of flips on the 4th. So that's going to imply some. I was thinking if we have a decent break today and tomorrow, that could just imply continuation, the 2nd and 3rd, and then the flip on the 4th. And that would make sense because it could just be like a smaller 3-bar continuation. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th bar usually gives odds of volatility, but 8-day flips over on the 4th. Try and remember what other time frame it was. 12-day. 13. 15 is a really important time frame. It's also the midpoint for a lot of the wider structures that we've been looking at. Like the 21-day. Some of our bigger ones like the 28-day. Do you see that? Like a lot of structural flips occur on the 4th. This is one of my most important time frames for the year. This flips over tomorrow. This is also the 4th bar range here between August 29th and 16th. So we really have to pay attention to probably the midpoint in here. So whatever, where's the 29th? The midpoint's between here and here. And that's going to be, I think, the 23rd and 24th, this period. That's my birthday. My birthday usually tends to get volatility, actually, like my birthday week. Which makes sense, because OPEX, Fed decisions, things like that. I think FOMC this year, though, is on the 17th. So this is a very big midpoint for September. It's kind of hard to see because it's not really the best, like you can see it a little bit better on like the weekly. This is a decent flag. It's not really like the best looking flag though. But the 29th through the 8th, so your midpoint between here and here is probably the 4th, right? Between the 29th and the 8th. That's probably the 4th. That also is, it's not quite an outside bar because they didn't take out the lows on that range. But the 6 day is a nice flag too. This also flips on the 4th. And I was just wondering if they actually give us like straight continuation through. I feel like a lot of people would not expect that. You know what I mean? Maybe it would catch people off guard if they did something like that. All right, our big points in the day are coming up, guys. We gotta be prepared here. I still have half my position, so I'll let you guys know when I do my second cover. I was planning on doing it around this point in the day. Isn't it nice to know what time to cover and the price? Like, I already knew that we'd probably trigger around 12:30. And then between this 12:36 to, or 1:36 to 1:48 period. There's multiple flips at 1:48, but it's also a calculated time today too, Brendan, which is nice. There were some odds around 5-2, so we'll just watch that. Obviously, we want to see where we hit before 2 o'clock. Another thing that we could track too, guys, is maybe like a 12-13 point range off the 1 p.m. sticks. I think that would take out highs. Yeah, it does. And that's probably going to be the break to the 14, 15, 16 spots that we're targeting. 146 getting a really nice stick break. These would be the best points in the session here to try breaking highs. From the midpoint stall, there's an odd just before 2, around 150. We will watch 150, 151 because that's off this lower high structure here. The wider range structure is linked with this 1255 stick. So this could imply an expansion period here then. That would be linked with like 155, 56. So this entire period is very important. This is where we could maybe expect some volatility, and it makes sense because we're at highs. So the highest odds that I had though was the 148, 149. This was my calculated time of day that I had measured earlier this morning. And it happens to align now with this 1228 stick and these previous breaks back here too. So really good alignment with timing and price today too. What do you guys think? I should do my first poll. It's not just about breaking highs, it's also about testing 14. Break high a day between 149 to, I would say 152 p.m. There's some odds at 55, 56 for volatility. So if they break ahead, that could give us some really good odds here, guys. Just be prepared because if they do break, it would be like some quick triggers based on the timing aspect of this. Okay? Can you guys vote on that, please, quickly? Because it's already 4-8. I had the highest odds of retesting high of day at 1:49 p.m. We really want to try getting a 33-point break. 33-point break off lows is around 64.14, I think. This area here. $13.75, $14.75. So these are the calculated spots that I really would like to trigger at this point in time. It's also the top of our neutral zone, this whole area in here. Okay, so let's see. Oh, also, did you guys see how the price action became a little bit more progressive once they actually closed at 65.10.75? So this window here between 49, 50, 51 seem like the most probable. This area here for a high of day retest. I think when this 49 I'm pretty sure is measured off here. Where was it? Off. Yeah, off here. Like this, I think that's what it was. And then these were the extensions. But my actual flip was 1230. So if I measure off my actual flip in the stick breaks, it's kind of closer to 151, 152. What did you guys vote? I actually missed that. I didn't even vote myself. Yes. Okay. 5152 had a slightly better odd based on the actual calculated times that I had. This is more measured off the breaking stick back here. So let's see. What's the high of day? 65.13. So this time here I think had the best odds based on this. The 51, 52 sticks. This is measured off our 12:30 interval, guys. How much time do we have left on this? That's pretty close. They'll probably do it based on like the last few seconds here, I would think. Let's watch. Probably the final five or first five in the opening stick. We could also maybe watch some of the individual names too to see how they're trading here. Oh wow, see? That's insane. Look at where Netflix stalled. Based on where they held and sustained off my calculated ranges here earlier, I measured the differential. Look at that. That's insane. That's actually where they stalled. Who was trading that? Carbon Trades. Do you see that? That's insane. So that means that this is a calculated differential overhead on Netflix today. That's wild. That's to the exact penny too. That's crazy. So that's like perfect resistance. Did they test it in the first 5-10 seconds here? Or like the 30-second interval? Yeah, they did. So okay, that's the highest odd for a high day retest here. So 65.13 tested at 151, 152. No breaks though. I think NQ did break though, right? Off the 52 stick, did it or no? It didn't. No, it didn't. NQ didn't break. ES didn't break, but it did test it. So our timing here is pretty perfect for the 52. We had volatility odds at 5.5, 5.6. So they could be delaying because there's higher odds of volatility at this point in time here. I'm still shocked that Netflix actually stalled that exact wall. That's crazy. Which means if they take out this wall, they have odds of getting to like 1240, 62, 1242-ish area. Maybe like some reductions here. Damn, I should have done a poll for 1255, 56. How many of you guys think that they're going to hit some major volatility on these sticks? So I marked them yellow for volatility. I didn't really know what color to mark them, but I figured that we could trigger some volatility on these sticks here. And it makes sense because they're like right at highs. 65.13. So we need to document that. 65.13 did test at that 152 mark. Let me start clearing this up a bit. From my actual 12-12 period, there's a duration close to like 18 minutes here. Which isn't bad, it just means that they probably could have some odds just after 2. Like in between here, 204, 206. But I really want to see the kind of range they give us here off 1255, 56 to see if they at least retest. These had some odds of range. So this stick here, are you guys listening? This stick is directly correlated to this stick. Okay, so how crucial is it that they try holding the line here? And pay very close attention. This is going to blow your mind. What area do you think we would have to hold at this point in time? Which area could trigger volatility here? What's our big spot? $65.10.75. That's insane. 65.10.75 tested at that 155 mark. 155 is pretty calculated for a volatility period here. I would say if they had failed to hold that 65.10, 65.10.75, that would have triggered that stick down. So what do you guys think? What do you guys make of this period? Is this, yeah, basically 65.10 needs to hold, especially at this point in time, because that could have triggered this kind of volatility that we had back here. And it makes sense too, based on the price range and the duration back here through 1. So kind of like through 2. That would take you back to like the 65.05, 06. This is the extended period here between 204, 06. What do you guys think? Did they do a good job of avoiding volatility here at 55, 56? Because this could have definitely turned into a stall of highs, and it makes total sense. That would be an all-time high and a real-time high stall, like exactly at 13. Technically, we didn't have to break high of day at 148, 152. We just had to test it, which we did do. I'd say that's a pretty good hold. Okay, but how much higher though is pressure now to actually take out the high of day? Once you get closer to like 204, 206. What do you guys think? This is the extended period between here and here. This would be between like the 148, 150. What do you guys think? Do you think this period here would be a little bit more pressure? Yeah, do we have a bit of an extension period through 215, 218, 220? Based on this little slight extended period that we had here. Generic times of day are usually around 228, 230, 232, 236. Those are usually very, very important times of day anyway. What areas would be best to consolidate during this period here? Which areas would be best to try to sustain here? Yeah, I think that like we probably could have a bit of a buffer. Sustainment is really important, obviously at the 10, 1050, 1075 spot, but more so because we haven't actually taken out 13. Does that make sense? Like if they took out 13 and tested 1350, 1375, 14, then I wouldn't care too much if they broke beneath the 10 area. Does that make sense? That helps us avoid volatility, kind of like what they did here. We need the same thing to happen up here, because at that point, if they reverse us, then I don't care, because it'll reduce risk. So we need this condition up here to be met to help us avoid breaking down structure. Because if your upside's not met and they break downside, that's when volatility increases. Does that make sense? Because you're failing to meet a condition. So let's see, there was some pretty decent odds around 03, 04, 05, 06. Hopefully they can meet this condition here in time. I hope this stream is helping you guys today. Yeah, these premiums are holding up pretty decent, to be honest. All right, let's do a poll here, actually, because now we're getting to a very important time crunch. 34, 33, 34 point break, 65, 13, 75, 65, 14. I'm only going to set that to a minute. It's just more of like a high day break here, because this is where they could start increasing volatility a bit. Even though we have some extensions here. So if they stall 13 and then take down 65, 10, 75, it's not the worst case scenario. It obviously is better if they try meeting this upside first, because then I would say that we'd probably have some box range between probably close to like here, 08, 09. Does that make sense? Like this would probably be the area all the way down to 05. So like this back here, this was okay. This wasn't great. I would have preferred that they held 0575 back here or 03. Does that make sense, guys? Because even this little structure break right here, this was the same thing happening again. It was that stupid 3.75 break. Does that make sense? So that's why they might keep stalling. So technically you could afford risk back down. It's just better if they meet the condition first, because then it'll help us have higher odds of sustainment the next time around. Because if you've already broke more than enough range than you should have back here, and then you fail to break here, that increases your odds of taking out this range here. And that's where this area could be in play. Does that make sense? That's how you'd get that short trade if that was the case. So these points here are going to give us an idea of the direction they want to take. Whereas if they take out the range, it's not much. It's only like by 0.5 or 0.75. They can technically afford to go down to here and even as low as here. But then this afternoon is when you'd want to consolidate. And then this is where we could have maybe a pinnable close with slight odds of maybe expanding to the 17, 18, 19 area. Does that make sense? Those are the only odds I see this afternoon. I don't really see any other probabilities. Like those seem to be the highest probabilities. I still think that we have a decent odd of getting those bull neutral ranges today. What were my ranges for the session? Give me minimum, ideal, max. So give me like a, what would I consider an expansion scenario? Yeah, so I wanted ideally 65, 10, 75, 65, 13, 75 area, correct? 14-ish. Okay, that's our first range. What's an ideal range? I'd say 65, 15, 50 to 65, 19 area. That's the bull neutral. This is what I thought had the best odds. What's the best case scenario? Right? So I do think that this period here would give us a very good idea of what we're going to get. I still think it's closer to bull neutral ranges, but we'll see. So majority voted no on testing 1375 here by 206. Generic flips are usually 208, 210, 212. These are just a little bit more calculated, like especially this 06 stick. So I really want to at least try testing 13 here again. What time is it? Oh, it is 06. Oh, 65.13 being tested here off that 206 stick. We'll see if they have enough strength to take out 13 this time. They might give a minute late volatility, which honestly would make sense because usually 207, 08 have flips. I never looked at any time frames today. Most of it's just been calculated. These are like the 17, 18 minute intervals off the calculated times. I think the 18-minute interval could also be like here off 07. Oh yeah, there it is. Can someone document this? These are the calculated ranges between essentially kind of like a similar frame in time between here and here. And here and here. Okay. Off our 212 to 12:30 period, which was 18 minutes. This is the same interval between my 149 and 148. Do you guys see it? So sorry, that was my fault. Should have been 206, 207. And then off the 151, which was the time that we actually broke, right? Where's 151? 151 would be 209. So 209, 210 then probably have the better odds here. What did they hit? 25? So they closed at 13 off the 206 stick. So I would think then that maybe the 09, 10 have the better odds of actually testing 7, 5 or 14. What do you guys think? Based on this, I'd still say that that condition was met at 06. So this is more in line with 151, 152. This is more in line with 149. And then the wider intervals were closer to like 215, 16, the 20, 21 period. Is it important that they try hitting the 32, 33 point ranges here though at this point in the day? Especially at these points in the day? 209 was a very calculated time for a 65, 13, 75 test here. 65, 13, 50 I think being tested off that 209 stick. 209, 210. These are essentially the points in the day that are going to give us an idea if they want to stall, consolidate. These are technically enough to be considered max ranges for the session off lows if they decide they want to give us 32-point ratios, 33-point ratios today. I figured they could give us 38 to 39. So I think this is the exact 33-point stall here. Do you guys see it? I have a headache for some reason this morning. Netflix stalling that same spot again. That's pretty insane. That's crazy. NQ did break though at these times. So NQ broke at these times of day, guys. Like NQ broke at 0609. Can someone document that? But the 10 is giving some volatility on the stick. So I would expect then the 210 to give volatility here on ES. At least slight volatility. Okay. This could be the pull before the break though, because they had another window that opens up here in a few minutes. This was off of this, I believe. What was it? Oh. This? No. This. So remember how we said the 155 period had some odds of volatility and then they held and avoided that? This is the next period here, okay? At least they broke highs at 209. That's good. These are very important points in the day here. That was linked with a 51.52. This is more so off here. This is off 5.5. That's the 21.22 extension. This is pretty important that they try breaking here. So off 12:30 flips. These are the cutoff points. We really want to try breaking here, guys, especially during this time. Have they triggered 7.5 yet? They haven't. Isn't it crazy that they know that 7.5 and 14 is the overhead? That's crazy. But NQ breaking gives me pretty good hopes. Let's see. These are, I think they're still meeting all the conditions. Like they hit exactly at 5.152, exactly at 0609. There wasn't really any odds of breaking at 2.11.12, which is pretty cool to see them break up but then stall. There's higher odds closer to 2.14, 15, 16. So let's see. And the range we have to break is this 33, 34 point break. This is also a very similar period in terms of volatility here. Kind of like back here. What do you guys think? Do they do it off these range sticks? These are pretty important that they do. If they do, I would say that we have very good odds, guys, of getting the 38, 39, potentially 44 point ratios on the session today. This will be my second cover if they break right now, by the way. Where is SPX trading right now? Okay, yeah, so that's super close. And usually when you break, it's like by a point or two. So that would make sense. Well, we'll see. This is the period. There's a bit of a delay here too, which is interesting because if they do stall 15, 16, 14, then they could turn it back around again. So I would expect there to be some volatility and some range on these sticks. How much points is that on this stick here? 1.25. Okay, you guys voted no on the last one, which I think was a good vote. Clear, 65, 13, 75, 65, 14.50 during 2:16 p.m. to 2. The period's kind of close to like 2:21, but let's see what you guys think. This is where it can get a little bit more volatile, especially off these price points. Crazy, because 14, 15, 16 were the sticks. And they're definitely giving range on these sticks too. These are also the points that could imply our max ranges for the session. So let's see here. Because I did say that there were those odds of like 15, 16-ish areas. Do they have odds to negate? By the way, these would also be the equivalent of like the breaks off 8-3, if you look at that. That's why the 16, 15 areas are a little bit better than like the 13, 14 ranges. Do they have odds to negate, you guys? Actually getting hungry this morning. No? Yeah, they do, because they have a bit of a 5-minute window here. Normally, every day, these are very important periods between like 2:28, 2:32, 2:30, 2:35, 36, 38. So we're going to watch this period anyway, because if they break right here, this is where we could get that nice continuation during this period. I voted yes. I feel like no one even voted. What do you guys think? If they end up stalling these ranges here, is this where this could end up becoming a pinnable afternoon? I kind of want it to be a pinnable afternoon so I can go sit outside. It's so nice out. We've had like the worst summer. Excuse me. It's like plus 31 today, I think. $65.40. Talk about being greedy. Shit, I'd be happy if they give us $65.22. The 30s and 40s were our targets for the week, for the 29th. They could give us those if we get neutral ranges today. Like at least like the 15, 16, 17 area. Those are basically just the 132 point ranges or 88 point ranges, I think, off like the weekly open. So 33 points off the weekly open, guys, is this 30, 65, 22, 25, 26, 27 area. 44-point break takes us into the 30s off weekly open. So these are really some, obviously some good spots. I really would love to get to the channel this week. We'll have to see. Off weekly lows, it's the equivalent of getting like a 107-point break. Obviously, wider ranges on the week would be closer to like the 60s and 50s. I don't think they're going to give us those this week anymore. I feel like they delayed too much because of that delay on the 26th and the slight compression. Like we needed a little bit higher on the 26th, I think, to get the 50s and 60s this week. But we could still definitely get the 20s and 30s, I think. I still think these could be some good odds for us on the week. And there's a lot of confluence here. Another area could be, like, see, this would be like the 66-point range, the 50s and 60s. Do you see this? Like, as much as I really would like that, I don't think they're going to do that anymore this week. This would be the 128-point range. Still, that was our expansion scenario, is to get these 50s and 60s. Still good though. We're still meeting our weekly price points, so I'd be happy if they just gave us 65.22 on the week, to be honest. See if they can give us this break. Times are between 21 and 22, so let's see. They're still holding structure nicely though. Sorry, there was an odd at 22. I don't know why I didn't mark that. Pretty sure that was the 27-minute interval from here. Yeah, it is. From our 55, 56 sticks. So these would be the same sort of volatility sticks. Hey, Brendan, can you write this down in the Discord? This 222, 223 are directly correlated to this 155, 56. So you know how they avoided volatility here? These are in direct correlation with those points in the day. So probably important sticks, I think, to break the high of day. Or at least try retesting it. Did they test it? They did. 65, 13, 75 tested here. I know it seems kind of silly because it's only by 0.25, but that's what we need, is this area. So that's good. That means that they actually met that 33-point range off lows. This bar here is linked with that 55 stick, which is linked back to this 1255 stick. Let me reset all of this. Holy crap, that's a lot. You guys remember most of the flips, right? Because I don't think I even have them marked. I just deleted everything. Just in case I have to go back and measure. Pretty sure it was... This was the volatility period. Okay. And we said in general, so the condition was that they meet 65, 13, 75. This is good though, guys. I think this is still giving us decent odds for the 230, 238 period. These are general flips for the market usually, especially 230, 233. So I think them hitting the 33-point range here off that 22 stick is still good. I know it looks kind of toppy up here, but I think this is pretty good price action in the neutral zone. What do you guys think? Like in this zone right here, this is, I know it looks really ugly, but this is pretty decent because the neutral zone is like the worst area to digest because you can stay stuck in that yellow box for a long time. So the fact that it's first time here and it's kind of just been gliding along, I think is good. 33-point break, guys, on ES. Izzy thinks that we're going to hit a 38 to 39 point ratio today with slight odds of getting a 43 to 44 point range. 65, 15 to 19 had the most confluence. Expansion scenarios were closer to 21, 22, 24. I still didn't do my second cover yet, just because they've been meeting the conditions, and the conditions weren't really anything crazy. It's just testing 13, testing 1375, avoiding volatility at this time, sustaining 65.10, 65.10, 75. Like, these are really good holds. If you look at this, that's a really good hold. So there's no reason to fully cover yet. Unless you're a little bitch. I'm just kidding. No one in specific. You're covering now? Why? Don't get me wrong, these areas are obviously still heavy, but we've met every condition this afternoon. They've done a good job sustaining price too. The fact that SPX is 6,500 around here too is even more confluence. All right, let's see if we get these breaking points during this period. These are usually the best periods during the day, especially if you meet conditions around the 1230 through 148 period. Market tends to get pretty good price action around this point. Let's see if we have any good structures today too. $191, $239. Can we watch those? $191, $239. $191, $239. What time does that flip? This runs till close. 239. 155. So 155 was the period of volatility that they avoided. That's pretty funny. And this is a really nice bull flag on this time frame, guys. Look at this. Look at that flag on this frame from morning lows. That's insane. 155 avoided volatility. This is durational till session closes today. Look at the 27, 28 breaks. These are the generic times of day that they can start turning things around. 64, 14, 25. 75 is the break of 34 points. This area here is kind of like the top of the neutral zone. So let's see if they give us that neutral break here. I'm looking for like 65, 15, 75, 17, 25 was a really big overhead. These would be more in line with like either you can measure this as like the 33-point ratios off of the ideal spots of 8-3, okay, back in here. Or you can just measure these as being the 38 to 39-point ratios off lows. We should get some good breaks here though. Let's see, let's see, let's see. We have to break 7.5, I think, right? 1475 is the 34-point break from low of day. There it is. And they have good odds post 230. This is usually a good period. So that's insane. 230 period would be the 34-point break off lows. I want to see off opening range. This is also the 13-point break off open, you guys, right here. This is why they kept stalling this morning. This was the 13-point stall. So another way we can measure this is the 17-point break off today's open is equivalent to the 38-point breaks off lows. Off the session close. What was the session close, you guys? 8.5. This would also be the 32-point break off session close. Okay, so there's a lot of confluence around the 17 area. I think we have a pretty good shot today. So 17, 18, 19 has probably the most confluence. Okay, and then we've got some good odds of maybe getting and tagging those 20s today. That would be off opening range. That's the 22-point ratio here to 2.2. Off low of day, that would be the 44-point ratio here. Okay. Off the actual session open or close, which I think was 8.4. I don't know if we'd get that much range. Like if we got a 38 to 39 point off session, that's also around the 2.224. Do you guys see that? Max range would maybe be closer to like 2.8. I don't think we're gonna get that, but the most confluence is around the 16, 17 area. That's off the better structure breaks of 8.3. Right here, this spot right here. 33 points off that 8.3 hold back here, which was the ideal hold off today's open. Okay, that was the 17-point break. Are you guys listening? Would be around 65, 16, 25, I think. So very big spot to break. 34-point breaks here are off that spot is close to the 17 area. I think we said 17.25, which also happens to be the 17-point break off today's open. Okay, so lots of confluence around 17, 17.25. Where did they stall so far? 16.50? Are you guys good if I start deleting some of these? I think we're pretty good on timing now. I don't think the fact that the 155 was a huge structural flip too is pretty important. We could maybe even use, we could use the 4-minute today on some of the smaller time frames. Just to see. Those are the ideal ranges. That's a spot that I figured we had extremely high odds of getting to today, was between the 16, 17, 18, 19. The 20s would be great, but they're not necessarily required. Like 22, 24 would be obviously the best case scenario for us. That would also hit our weekly targets from the weekly report, but even them hitting 16, 17 today is still good. I just want to see where they trigger by 3.6, 3.8. And then I think that 6-minute flips at 2. When does a 6-minute or 4-minute flip? 3.6 and then 40. This is linked with low of day. So It would make sense that this is the 17 is the bigger spot though. 65.17, 65.17.25 is linked with low of day and opening range. Okay, so from the actual session, we've hit 44 points here. Do you see it? So yeah, these are definitely big spots from highs to lows. Okay. From here, they're just about ranging 32, 33 points. Do you see it? Do you guys see that? These are probably going to be the biggest spots on the session today. Between this area here. I definitely measure off the 26 though, because the 26 closing price was very important. So this range in here probably is going to be similar to like this area here, 2-1. Off the high range, I think close to like 2-2. And it's not a coincidence because today's opening range at 6,500 is also half of 34 points. Does that make sense, guys? Like this should be the 22, 20, 17 point ratios here, like these areas here. Look. That's also the 44 point ratio off lows. There's a ton of confluence around this. This is also the 33 points off session open. So which areas are extremely high confluence for today's session? It's all between the 16, 17 to, I would say, about 24. Okay, like this area here. This is a huge spot for ES today. And that makes sense too, because that's SPX 6,500. Remember I said that when they take out SPX, they'll take it out by like 2-3 points. This is the equivalent of the 16, 17 on ES. You guys could cover some here if you wanted to. Obviously, it's up to you. We had no reason to cover, though. The market gave us zero reason to cover, so... Calls are almost $2. That's a nice trade. I picked those up at 60 cents this morning. Yeah, I want to see what they do off the 3.8 and 40, because this is kind of like the little window. I just want to see if they trigger the 17 spot. I think that's going to be my second cover, guys, for the real-time same-day expirations. I'll leave my Friday calls, but the ones that expire today, I'm going to take my second cover here, I think. Someone else can tell you. My throat hurts, and I literally just went over it for like the 10th time today. Someone let Dunks know what our max ranges are for the session today. Pretty cool, because these are the 18-minute intervals between that 14-15 period, too. I wonder what the 27-minute interval is. 41? Did this session help you guys hold a little bit longer today? The price action this afternoon was pretty solid. Like, if they really wanted to give this up, they would have done it back in here. Especially holding that 65.10 back here. This is so good. This hold right here was money. This right here, especially the fact that 155 was linked to this, and 155 is also linked to low of day. That's crazy, the correlation there. There is some odds here for 40, 41. And then when I looked at the calculated range, there are also the intervals of like the 27, 26 minutes from our 14, 15 sticks. These were the range reduction sticks here. 17, 17, 25 is huge. This will be my second cover here. I just want to see how much range they break at this time of day. I really want them to break at least 17, 17, 25. Did they hit 2.5? Yeah, they did. 2:40 p.m. hitting that 65, 17, 2.5. That's a really good break on that stick. This is also a 17-point break from today's open. If they did the same thing that they did on the inverse from low of day, that's where you can see that there's a lot of confluence around 65, 18, 19, 1950, which ends up equating to our 38 to 39 point ranges from lows. This, I think we just hit a 37 point range from lows. And I figured we had pretty good odds of getting 38 to 44 points today for real-time session. We've already hit 44 points for the actual session. We hit 47 or something like that. These candles here are linked to these candles here. So you can typically expect similar range. Isn't that cool? That's really interesting, isn't it? That the timing can also help you predict the same range. So this period here is linked to this period here. They had 2.25 there, 2.25 here. And that was right at our 65.17.25, 65.17.75. I think they did close above 2.5. Did they not? Yeah, they did. So this could still stay in play here. There's a 2.5 close. That's a 17-point break from today's real-time open. Thank you. Yeah, it actually worked out really nicely today, right? And I said that we're going to get these areas on NQ today, like this spot here. GS is like the Netflix of banks. The spreads on that are insane, but you can usually make super good money with Goldman. Okay, I just covered my second exit, guys. I had a sell order at $2 for those calls. I'm going to take a very quick break. Okay, 17 is a huge spot. Anything for me now, guys, is just runners on this session today. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Do you guys see how heavy this 17 area is? 17, 18. I think because they took out 1725 in the very first attempt, like the 17-point range here, we have pretty good odds of getting 22 today. Like, I'd be shocked if they didn't give us 21, 22 today. And the 28th had some pretty good odds of us doing that. So if they broke 19.5 up like they did to the downside, there's some overhead around 1950. So it's the 17 to 19 area is the bull neutral range. And I did say earlier that we had really high odds there for that box to trigger. Anything above here is obviously a bonus. This area here. So I thought that this area had the best odds. But I do think that there's a pretty decent probability they could give us the 21, 22 area today. Okay. $22 is our target from the weekly report. It would also be 22 points off open. And 44 points off lows is 65, 24.75. We actually have odds of getting higher than 22, guys. Like, we've got odds of 24.75. And off the session open, we actually have odds closer to 2.8, 2.9. Like, basically the bull zone. I just don't know if they'll trigger that in real time. If they did, that would obviously be, like, even better. But I was just thinking that they might stall. I know, it just got stuck. But so far the breaks today have been really good, so we'll see what they do around the 18, 19. 2224, those seemed pretty logical. But 28, 29 is off off open. That's why it could be a session range. I'm not sure if they'll hit that in the real-time session, but these are the 34-point ranges here, guys, off session, open, session, close. We just hit the 32, 33-point ranges here, so lots and lots and lots of confluence around here. You can see it. I feel like I'm losing my voice. right in here. Do you guys see it? These are the session open, session close ranges. These are 34-point intervals. Hence this 18, 19 area is a huge wall. I do think that we'll take it out though. I think the 20s have a pretty good chance today. That's where we could get maybe like the 38, 39 point moves off opening range. Also where we could get maybe like the 44 points. If we got 44 points today off opening range, I would be so happy. That would be like the 64, 29, 28 area. This area here. These would be like... these would be like the best case scenarios. That's more of an expansion though. We don't necessarily need that, but it would obviously give us really good odds for tomorrow. Because I was thinking we'd trigger these areas overnight, but if they want to do it in real time, then that's just going to set us up even better to maybe get our 65 60s, 65 50s tomorrow. Do you see what I mean? So the 3-1 spot. All of these also align to being the 33, 34 point ranges off weekly open, off 9-3, 9-4. So lots and lots and lots of confluence in these areas here. We'll see if they get some breaks. They're breaking the 19 wall right at 3 p.m. I just wanted to draw these on here so you guys can see it. These are off session ranges, okay? Session open, session close. Session open, session close. Just remember those. Off the real-time range where it's closer to 2-2, 2-4. Okay. Real-time ranges, I said that we had really good odds of 38, 39 point ratios, which would be now. That's the 1975. If they break that, there's pretty decent odds they can give us 44 points today on the session from the lows. That would be closer to like 2-4. Off real-time open, that's the equivalent of getting like a 22 point break today. I highly doubt they'll give us a 33 point break off open. That would be like the expansion scenarios. So this is an expansion, guys. The 20s are not an expansion. Whoever was saying that earlier. Those are within range. An expansion would be more so like a break of 32, 33 points off real-time open. Because that would be a break of 6-5, 3-2. That's a break of the zone. Does that make sense? Like 3-2, 3-4. That's more of an expansion. If they did something like that and got to the channel today, right? Like a 44 point break off open, 33 point break off open. This is an expansion scenario. Does that make sense? For real time. That would be us getting to the 30s and 40s. That's an expansion. The 20s are not an expansion, whoever was saying that. That's just the most ideal scenario. The 20s are definitely within range. It's not an expansion scenario. That's only 17, 22 points off open or 34, 44 points off lows. So that's, how is that expanding? It's not. Does that make sense? That's why I said there's a minimum, ideal, best case, expansion. Give me all four. What's the minimum range that we wanted to meet today? What's the ideal range? What's the best case scenario? What's an expansion scenario? You have to know all four. And I said we have a really good odd of hitting the ideal ranges, which we're currently trading at right now, hint, hint. And we have some odds of hitting the best range. The only thing that might limit us is that 3.75 reduction that we have today. Okay, so if they decide they want to stall, okay, they might do something like that. What do you guys think? This is where it could become pinnable. Come on. That's an exact 39-point stall from lows. That's crazy. Do you guys see where they're stalling here? That's insane. That's so far the most volatility we've had all afternoon. That's our 39-point stall. Yalla, you guys. Give me the minimum, ideal, best case scenario. I gave you guys them all twice today. Minimum is obviously 65.08, 75, 65.10, 75. Okay. 65.13, 75 area. Ideal is 65.15.50, 65.19.50 area. Correct? Best case, 65.21, 65.22, 65.24, 75, 65.29. Okay, what's an expansion scenario? I shouldn't have to answer my own questions. I don't need to know the answers to that. So far on this run-up, the 32 point seemed the heaviest. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Which areas seem the heaviest? And it's pretty crazy. Look. Didn't this seem the heaviest? These areas here. And now this area here. Isn't that crazy? Guess what? Ta-da! Based on where they stalled, I think there's still a pretty good odd that they can give the 20s today. Because they did break this by 0.25, I think. The 39-point break is 7.5. The overhead was 1925, 1975. And that's what could get us our 44-point ratios. Timing aspects, I feel like they definitely would have to try breaking here pretty soon. By the way, you guys, this would also be the equivalent of like if we trigger the 20s, it's the same thing as SPX triggering 6510. Isn't that cool? So like SPX triggering 6510 is the same thing as us triggering ES 6520s. What's our goal from the weekly report? wants to do a recap? So 65.32, 65.34 is actually aligned with today's open, because a 32, 33, 34 point break. $65.32, $65.34, so that's pretty interesting. So that could set us up for the 29th breaks of this area here. Do you see how that could trigger? We hit the downside. This is still the overhead. We did say that this is still the same wall. You could see how it was a wall today. This is the bigger spot that we want to get to. The 65.19, guys, is also the 256 point range, by the way, just so you understand the confluence. So it's the 6521 off these ranges. Okay, so lots and lots and lots and lots of confluence around these areas here. The 20, 21, 22. This is our bigger upside overhead on a 65.10 break. Okay, so this is what we want to achieve this week. If we do this today on the 28th, we have pretty good odds of getting our annual range Q3 target tomorrow. $65.21, 25, $65.22. Big overhead. That's also the bull zone. It's the best spot for us to get to today, if they can. That leaves 2475, 2829, 3132 in play, with max ranges I think being 65.32, 65.33. Only because we still have 40 minutes left. Where did they trigger so far? 20.5? Well, our big target area is the 65.50s and 65.60s. It's my Q3 target. So if they trigger that, let's say by, if not tomorrow, by like the 2nd or 3rd, we could get continuation. But if, let's say they stall those ranges, that's where some volatility could start triggering. If we break that range, we're on the way to 6,600. That's kind of the plan. And it kind of just keeps it intact, because the 22nd was a huge flip date. And these are 33, 34 point intervals hitting from that closing price. So yeah, like hitting these areas this week is really good, like the 20s. My thoughts were that they could basically off these ranges here. I think we set 128 points or something off the closing price there is the 66, 10, 12. Which would also be the same thing as like a 256 point break from these structural spots here. Basically, it can get us to the next zone. Does that make sense? Like hitting the zone areas today and tomorrow could set us up to get to that next zone, especially if they want to try triggering full range. It's more of like if they can actually break. 346 points is also in alignment with getting into that next zone. Does that make sense? Off these structure breaks here from August 1st. Like, look, these would be the zone breaks right here. Do you see that? 346 point break from there is like super close to getting 6,600 from here. I don't know if you see it, but basically right there, do you see the zone? It's not much of a differential from here now. That's probably 66 points. Yeah, it is. Do you see that? And today and tomorrow are really important flip dates. So basically we can get another 66 points in range if they meet price. And our flip dates were the 22nd, 26th, and then 29th. This was also a 256 point break right here. I don't know if you see this. Off here, do you see that? They triggered 256 points on that day, so that's like a zone to zone break. Okay. If you look at this from this is why these areas were a little bit more ideal, but it's also why they started stalling those price points. Do you see this? Okay, like they're really big spots to be breaking. Like the 65.13, that's 256 points from this break right here. Or 6257, 6253. So it's another way of thinking of it. Like our 6257, 6263 ranges, they're also, these are the 256 point breaks from here. Okay, so 6503, 6513, these spots are huge. Hence them being like the minimum ranges that we'd want to achieve. Does that make sense, guys? Like, look, this area here, this is probably going to be the 256 off that. Because if we can do that, then it's setting us up for this kind of break, and that break would take us to 6,600. Like if you measure off the exact metrics, do you see it? Or to the next zone. But flip doesn't always necessarily mean that, like the word flip, it doesn't mean that you're flipping down, right? Like that's not the proper way of like viewing a flip. It's more of like the price and conditions that are met ahead of time can help you determine what kind of flip date you'd get. Sometimes you get consolidation flips, sometimes you get sideways flips, sometimes you get bear flips, sometimes you get bull flips. Like that's not a flip, doesn't mean that you're flipping down. Like, that's not what I'm saying. If we meet ranges on the 29th and 1st, we can have expansions occur these days. Does that make sense? For the 4th. They could push this to 6,600 that week if they wanted to. And there's structures that support that. If they end up stalling, let's say the means, which would be like in between. What's the range in between? What would be the range in between? Don't get this wrong, okay? What's the range in between 256 and 346 points? What's the midpoint range? And this is why this area is going to be probably an area of confluence. What's the midpoint range? What's the medium range, guys? Roughly 301 points, right? So that's why like the channel and the means, like this area here, the 50s, 60s, upper 40s, if they nest it here too long, that's what could imply volatility. This is where you could get like a downside flip. Does that make sense? If you stall in between, because then you might be coming back to the midpoint ratios. And then that's where you could start triggering like 150 points. Okay. Does that make sense? Takes you back to like your prior zone. Like it's not really like the best case scenario, but do you see what I mean? Because this is half range. These sticks here, these were half the range. Does that make sense? So there could be some volatility if it occurs. It's going to occur where? Which area usually tends to have the most volatility? You're welcome. You speak Arabic? Generally speaking, the means usually has the most volatility. Which would be the 50s and 60s. So stalling the means obviously would be bad, right? And it makes sense. That's like stalling up here. Is meeting the 20s this week enough to be considered a max range for the week? If you can read it, but you can't speak it, you're probably Pakistani. I feel like every Pakistani person I know can read and write, but they don't speak. And then every Arab's like the opposite. They can speak it fluently and they suck at reading and writing. And that just comes down to being better Muslims. Pakistanis are definitely better Muslims than Arabs. Which is always funny to me because people always assume Muslim means Arab, when I feel like Muslims are like Arab Muslims are the worst Muslims of the bunch, in my opinion. Like compared to the ones that are like actually practicing and religious. They're usually the ones that don't care about eating halal. They're usually the ones that drink. They're usually the ones that smoke. They're usually the bad ones. Not all, but some. Definitely the same here. They're definitely not great here. Pakistani Muslims are definitely better Muslims here. Another funny thing too is in comparison to like Africa and the Middle East versus Asia, there are more African and Asian Muslims than there are Middle Eastern Muslims. So I always find that funny because Arabs are actually the minority. Like when you think about it in that stance of things, there are way more like South Asian and African Muslims than there are Arab Muslims. And people always associate being Muslim with being Arab, which is kind of funny because Christianity started in the Middle East. It didn't start anywhere else. So like I always laugh at that because I'm like, where do people think that that started? Like obviously there's a pretty massive Arab Christian population. Like what? And most Arabs, or like not Arabs, I guess, like West Asian Arabs, which I guess technically are not really blood Arabs. Like where I'm from, most of their ancestors were Christian. They definitely were not Muslim. Like all of my great grandparents were Christians. They weren't Muslim. I would imagine that Levantine Arabs are probably the minority. Maybe only like 10 or 13% of the world's population. Let's see. Oh, that's pretty close. I was pretty close. So in a fraction, that's actually pretty small. That's really not that large. What were you saying, Brendan? Maybe we get a quick dip down. I don't think so. I think they're making this pinnable. You know how I said that if they take out 1920, they're literally just gonna keep this pinnable. If that would have been the case, Brendan, if okay, remember back here how I drew this and I said if they stall here during this period, remember how I said if they stall here during this period, like the 13, 14, whatever, and they bring it back down to like, let's say 05, and then consolidate and then bring this up, that's when you start having limited ranges. Maybe then they would have like odds like this, like pinning 05, 10. So far right now, based on them just taking this straight up, like this. What's that pattern called again? I feel like the worst like technical trader now because I barely use any actual TA anymore. What is that called again? I used to draw these all the time. What's the actual term for that again? What is this called again? Yeah, a rising wedge. Yes. Okay. Like this rising like that, but taking out range. No, it is a rising wedge. This rising like that and then taking out range like this. Okay. Like you see this. Like we probably have better odds of staying closer to these ranges. Maybe max 65, 10, 75. Okay. So I couldn't remember the word. Does that make sense? And that's because they swept this zone, the neutral zone, the yellow box. And it's not like they swept it in like a good way. It was kind of a shitty sweep, but basically this yellow range, like, do you see what I'm saying? This area here. They made higher highs, higher lows in this box. That was really important for price action. and range this afternoon, especially with 13 being so calculated. Well, I figured that this area had the most confluence today, so even if they did take out, let's say 21, 22, I still think that they have better odds of pinning closer to this 16, 17, 18, 19, this area here. I think I said that earlier too, didn't I? This. These were our pin odds. These were like the scenarios. Like the best case scenario today is to pin obviously in the 20s, but even if they pin 65, 10, 75, that's technically a good pin. That's better than 6500. That's better than 6502. That's better than do you get what I'm saying? That's better than 6503. Did we negate the probability of pinning 6503, 04, 07, 08? Also, you normally get this kind of price action, like where they're not even trying to progressively pin higher. They're just bypassing it. Do you get what I'm saying? Why would they do something like this? Okay, so for instance, okay, why would they do something like this? Back in here, we didn't take out 03. They pinned it right back down. Okay. Back in here, they couldn't get 10. They pinned it right back down. Hence the reversal. Back in here, they took it to 8.4 versus 8.891. They opened us at 9.3. Okay. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Why would they bypass just giving us a better structural pin today? By that, I mean like maybe just pinning us at 0375, because technically that's all they really have to do. That's a better pin than these shitty pins here, right? Like this is still better than these. That's still better than 9.3. Technically, even if they pinned us at 9.7, that's still a good pin. Do you get what I'm saying? These are still better pins. This is what we wished we did back here or back here. So why would they not pin 9.7 or 03 or 04 or even 10? Why would they completely bypass this and just pin us all the way at like 15, 16, 17, 18? What do you guys think? What would be the reason for that? There's only one right answer. And it makes sense based on this being in the zone and this being a bull zone and a bull neutral zone. Yeah, if they wanted to keep odds of expanding. Exactly, right? Like, why would they waste their time pinning it back down to 9.7 or 03 or whatever if they want to try taking this higher? Does that make sense? And which areas in the zone technically can take you higher or give you better price action? Which area? Obviously the green, right? So it makes sense. Like, if they really want to continue on the week, they're not going to waste their time and pin structure down here. Does that make sense, guys? That would have been maybe more ideal on like the 26th. You know, like if they had pinned us to here that day, like 9.6, 9.7, 03. Okay, that would have been good. We would have taken out this high. We would have taken out this structure high. We probably would have had an odd of taking out 08 here. Do you get what I'm saying? They're not going to waste their time doing that. Because if they did something like that, this likely would have not been a sideways day. You would have likely already met a break of the 20s as early as yesterday. Okay, does that make sense? And you probably, let's say it went to like here. Okay, you probably could have broken to the channel today, maybe hit the top of the channel today. and maybe got that extended break for Friday. That would have been a 3-bar continuation. Does that make sense? They kind of broke down that structure. So they're not going to waste their time trying to pin it back down here. It doesn't make sense. Especially if they have favorable odds for the 29th. Does that make sense to you guys? They won't do resets here. Okay? Sometimes you have to just move forward. Does that make sense? They could maybe bring it back down next week if they wanted to. And reset the pins next week. Like, so who was asking earlier for the 1st or the 4th? Let's say they stall the channel. Okay, let's say they stall the 40s, 50s. If next week they want to reset this and take it back down, then they could do that. Kind of like what they did back here. Okay, these were not the best pins. We wanted, back in here we wanted 2.8, 2.9, 3.2, 3.6. They had to recycle us back down, okay? Do you see what I'm saying? Same thing here. Like the only fear that I have is back in here, this was still too low. I wanted ideally 2.829 because otherwise they could just bypass, which is what they did here, okay? And that's when they took out 6.8. But stalling again, which they did at 65.10, could just trigger them to come back down again and reset, right? Do you see what I'm saying? So could tomorrow technically be setting us up to do the same thing again in the future? This candle is very similar to this candle and this candle, okay? Where it's like bypassing these bad pins, but just because you ignore your problems doesn't necessarily mean they go away, right? So in the future, let's say if they fail maybe these ranges here or stall, could they try resetting it back down again? And then try resetting those pins once again? What do you guys think? That's a pretty good probability, actually, if they stall the 50s and 60s. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Because even these pins back here, remember they kept stalling 06, 01. We ideally wanted 08. We finally got that 08 real-time open, I think, on the 12th. So even though this has been a bullish break, it hasn't been the most ideal closing points. And that's a huge reason why they keep going back and forth, okay? Like up and down, sideways, backward. Like it's like this is because of the closing points. Where do you guys think they're going to pin the close? How many still think that they'll trigger 65, 22, 24? Let's do a poll. I only had runners left. I figured that they'll probably pin between the... I mean, I would love a 65-22 pin, but I was thinking probably closer to the 17-19 area. 65, 22, 65, 24, 25. Set that to 2 minutes. What do you guys think? Let's get some votes, guys. Need more people than that. Well, 29th is a big flip day. It's like the 22nd. 22nd was one of the biggest flips that we had this month. 29th is, I don't know if it's going to be as big as the 22nd, but if we can trigger 65, 60s tomorrow, obviously that would be great. The craziest scenario would be if they gave us like 65, 70s, or 80s, but I think for that, we would have to close in the 20s today. Does that make sense? If they pin us in the 20s today, we have odds we have odds of 70s. That's a core to core move. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. We already have odds of this. The 20s would actually give odds of breaking 5-8, 6-1, 6-2. You're already at an odd of that based on 65, 10, 75. Go back and read the report. No, what I'm saying is they could set us up to do that tomorrow. 20s could set you up for 70s tomorrow. That would be like a massive sweep. And only because we have structural flips tomorrow. Otherwise, that definitely wouldn't be an odd. Or they break it up into 3-day intervals from the 29th, 2nd, and 3rd, and then the flip day on the 4th. It could just help give you like extended range from the 29th to the 4th. It's also month end and beginning of a new month too, so that obviously plays a role. What did you guys vote? No? No 65-22? So remember how I said this morning that the first 5 minutes could help dictate the end of day? What happened in the first 5 minutes this morning? We had some volatility, right? My only concern is they never triggered 65-10 here or 65-07-75, but they still took out a 12-point range, okay, in the first 5 minutes here this morning, okay? So from an opening range perspective, do you see the overhead here? Off here? From open, they stalled right around here. Okay, do you see that? That overall range, close to here. That's the overhead, okay? The ideal area that we would have liked to have broken this morning would have been that 1075. Okay, 2475 is also an overhead. 22 is off opening range. Okay, based on this morning's open, it implies that there could be volatility the final 5 minutes. Okay, based on that, I would say if they're able to break these ranges here, especially the 65, 21, 22 overhead, probably before the 350 mark, we have pretty good odds of expanding this afternoon. Not expanding, but like hitting those best ranges, like 2.4, potentially 2.8. Mostly if they want to give us similar volatility that they had here. I don't know. I still think 22 is pretty probable for real time, but we definitely have to take out this 2-1 spot. I think that we can get more than 2-2, but why do you guys think that we can't get 2-2 though? What's your reasoning behind that? Nothing has hinted that we can't get 2-2, so I'm confused why you guys are voting no on 2-2. The only thing I could think of is if they, let's say, like massively stall 2-1 right here and then get like a massive reversal down. But everything else has implied that we can get a break of, not only can we get 2-2, we can get a break of 2-2 and get 2-4. And we could even get like 2-8, 2-9. So I'm confused why you guys think we can't get 2-2. I agree. Especially if they give us liquidity here off this 2-1 spot. 65, 21, 25 broken here. And they're breaking ahead of 248. We had some odds here of triggering 65.22 at 2:48, 2:49 p.m. If we can trigger these spots ahead of 250, we have some pretty good odds for end of day. Don't forget that we have some max ranges around 65.32, 65.29, 65.34. I don't think that we can get those in real time, but I did think that there was a pretty good odd that they could get 65.22, 24 in real-time session today, especially if they avoid breaking down this area here. Okay? And they did a really good job of holding 15 this afternoon, guys. Are you guys not paying attention to price action? Do you not see how well they held 15? There it is, 65.22 triggered. That's 22 points from this morning's open, I think, or 17 points. Really nice stick break. And they're doing this ahead of 150. Oh, 350, sorry. I'm West Coast. That means that they could definitely have some odds of getting some bigger structure breaks this afternoon. Let's see. 6522 to the exact penny. You guys, we're hitting our weekly targets here. This is setting us up nicely for the rest of the week. That's 22 points, I think, from open, right? Yeah. I love that we hit this after I just finished lecturing you guys why you voted no, because no is the wrong answer. Like, there's no reason that they couldn't hit 22. That means you're not watching the same chart that we're watching, because they even held 6.514, 6.515. Like, they never brought this back down in here. If they really wanted to stall, they would have broken this structure down a little bit. What time is it? 50? So we had odds of like this running durational till close. There was also whatever time frame that was that I looked at earlier that's linked to lows. Pretty sure it had some flips after the bell. I don't remember exactly what time, but it was before 4:15. It was like around 06 or 12 or something like that. Which means they might give some after hour volatility. All right, let's see here. 6421 stalling slightly here ahead of 350. And some range reduction on that stick. Range reduction so far 2 points, which I think would have been that 2.3, 2.325 area. Let's see what they do here. $65.22, guys, is a huge, huge spot. Usually the only odds that they have is usually around 5.4, 5.5. That kind of aligns with the last 5 minutes of the session today too, based on the first 5 minutes of the session. Anywhere in here is pinnable, so they definitely don't owe us above these ranges if they don't want to get there. So far they've reduced range by 4 points. And I think that's probably aligned to that 2.475. Yeah, it is. So we'll see if they can turn this back around in a second here. Yeah, because if they're limited to a certain price point, they have to bring it back down. Does that make sense? So this downside range is implying this 2325, 2475 area, but they definitely have to try turning it back around at that 5354 mark for that to be the case. Because these are pinnable areas here. Like these areas here are all pinnable, this whole box. Okay. How many think they'll give 2-4? So I think for that to be the case, they definitely have to try taking out that 2-2 and maybe test 2-3-2-5 off that 5-5 stick. Based on how they opened this morning, there was the most volatility in the first 4 minutes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you see that? Which could be the same thing here end of day. Wait, hold on. My sister's... Damn, she's FaceTiming at the worst time. I think my niece is leaving her first day of school. I'm a terrible aunt if I don't call back, right? Yeah, I am. Okay. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Look at that. 65.23. Let's see. 2-3, 2-3, 2-5 triggers here. They could give us that nice push. And they're doing this right at 5-4. Overall range reduction, I think, was 4.75. Max 6 points. Off 2-2. That could be tough. Let's see what they do here off the 5-5 stick. 5-5 is really going to determine this. 5-5, 5-6. So far, they stalled 2-3. Do you guys see the volatility on this stick at 5-5? 2-3, 2-5 is what has to break. Can you guys hear me? I don't know if I have myself still muted. I had to hang up on my sister real quick. What do you guys think? Yes? It's pretty close. I don't know if they'll trigger 2-8 in real time. That's kind of crazy. But I guess if they did the volatile 3-4 minutes into the close, they could. But 5-5 really needs to have better strength than this. Like, that's a pretty shitty 5-5 stick. See if 5-6 negates. You guys, we nailed the range today with 65.22, 65.24.75 being max range, right? Extensions could have been 65.28, 65.32. I didn't really think that we had odds of that in real time, but we definitely had some odds of 2.2, 2.4. I did notice that 2.3 was a bit of an overhead based on how they reduced this candlestick right here. This right here is how I knew that they could have some overhead at the 2.3 spot, guys. FYI. I showed you earlier, but I'll show you again. Do you see that? It was off this 4.9 stick. Do you see this? So 2.3 stall is, but they did test 2.3, which is why they could still potentially break, but I feel like taking out 2.3, 2.3, 2.5 would have been better. And it's crazy that that reduction leads to 2.475. And the overall reduction leads to, what did we say? 2.8. And the 2.8 range, I'm pretty sure we said was the 30 or 40, yeah, the 43, 44 points off session open, right? That's crazy. So, I feel like if they don't break 2.3, 2.3, 2.5 by 5.8, it's a no-go. That would be pretty hard, but this is durational till close. Also, Snack did really good today. Like, really good job today. Yeah, I could tell based off that 5.8 stick they weren't going to do that. They'd probably bring it right back down. And it's going to be probably same range down that they could have taken up, would be my thoughts. I did say that they had the best odds of pinning 16, 17, 18, 19. I think I'm pretty spot on with that, especially if they stall around 2.2, 2.3. If they had broke it up to 2.4, 2.7, they probably would have stalled or pinned 2.2, 2.3. Does that make sense? But based on them taking it above 2.2 but beneath 2.4, probably higher odds that they'd pin around 18, 19, 17. Okay, guys. 64.17 pin. 64.17 was extremely calculated for today. That's where I thought that they would pin the session today, is around the 15, 17, 19 area, with max ranges on upside being closer to 2.2, 2.4. Really good session, guys. We'll see where they end up closing the actual session today. This gives us pretty decent odds of getting at least the chettle tomorrow. We'll have to see. We probably could pick up some volatility here, though. Okay, I will catch you guys